of the day for various reasons. I'm gonna try to get some more molds done here today, or at least to a larger extent of finished, I guess. So it's been kind of a slow process. I'm working on brush-on molds. I'm trying to use these as maybe a replacement for some pour molds. So I'm gonna keep working with these, and I've got a bunch of other stuff on the back burner. I picked up a bunch of supplies yesterday, so I'm gonna try some other things, mess with some color. Should be fun. So I'm gonna work on this brush mold. I want to get another layer on here, and then I'm gonna pour an upper layer of normal silicone. This process has been a little slow, and some of the stuff I was doing yesterday isn't really like view worthy. So I've been thinking a lot about like what I'm doing and when. So I'm going to add another layer of this rebound because I need to get this top part sealed. And then, well, I guess I've got a bunch here I'm going to use. I was starting to feel a little weird about streaming this week. There's like a lot that I do and a lot that I need to do that's like frankly pretty boring to watch. So it's not really something I feel makes for great TV. The streaming schedule definitely helps me stay like productive. I guess I have to just not care if it's interesting. Just keep working on it. Not all work is interesting. So on that note, I'm gonna keep working on these brush molds. I think there's definitely potential here for these. I'm still working on what's like a more optimal way to kind of go about making them. Not so much like the brush on part, but more like the structure, the outer structure, and how to kind of plan ahead for that. I've mentioned before that I think these are a good approach for someone who's maybe newer to molding, because with a lot of products you kind of have to like invest in hardware. You need either to vacuum it or you need some way to like shake the bubbles out of it, and that's if you want to use like a better material. I guess that's what like Umu and some of that more, I guess, craft focused. I don't really know how to describe it. I guess there's like a tier of silicones that are geared more toward like the beginner. But that still requires like kind of learning about the intricacies of building molds, and with like a pour mold you still got to think about like airflow and venting, and with like brush on molds you can kind of just mess around. There's not a you don't have to do a lot of planning if you just want to like make a simple mold, like of a simple pour mold where it's like open on one side and it's just one piece and there's nothing to you know, there's no seam, there's no second part. It's a pretty simple like thing you're molding, where you can get away with just like a shallow mold. I see it with like artists who make like jewelry and little accessories, and instead of like buying some mold that kind of forces you into whatever the design of that thing is, you could use a brush on to like kind of mold anything, or like make a little relief sculpture and mold that. And so that's kind of like these things I've got laying around here. Like this piece, it's like an armor piece, so it's like just a front more or less, and I really just want the texture of it. So basically like I could just keep building this up into like a mass and then just turn it upside down and pour resin into it, and that's it. I wouldn't have to do anything else with it. And you could make something like that with a brush on. Well, I am making something like that with a brush on. I guess that's my point. I see a lot of artists who are kind of getting started in molding and casting, and they're like either making, you know, functional but like not the greatest molds, like either because they're getting air bubbles, or like it's too messy, or there's like a lot of waste because they're using like, you know, a cup or something as like their mold box, and because they're not at the point where they're thinking about like building a custom shape for this thing, and thinking about like, well, how much resin am I going or silicone am I going to use, and how much am I going to waste, and how much space does this take up when it's done. So they end up with like these bulky molds that are functional, but like they're not that efficient, both in money and usefulness. And something like a brush on silicone could kind of take you where you want to go with that, because you can kind of work on it slowly. You don't have to worry about degassing it, like vacuuming it. You don't have to. There's like a lot of stuff you just don't have to think about, because this stuff doesn't need to be degassed at all. You lay it on thin, so you can kind of like learn how to handle silicone, like what its properties are like, before you get too involved in buying supplies and products and tools and all this other shit that people spend a lot of money on. I've spent a lot of money on it, and so I can relate to that. Oh, bots, you're the best. Want to be famous? No, of course not. Spam. Boop. Bye. I noticed Twitch removed all my tags again, which is real fun. So I guess that's just a thing I have to check every time I'm gonna get on here. Anyway, so brush on silicone. So this stuff is real thick because it's a brush on, so you can kind of just spread it around with whatever tool you're using. I'm just using this like narrow spatula as kind of like a palette knife almost. And you just want to put like a coat on everything. Yeah, I went into my tags. I was looking to see if I could add a Borderlands tag, but I cannot. I guess that would be a category. I doubt people search for like words. They just browse through categories and look for something that looks interesting. So there's no point in really trying to get the text into the description. I guess there's nothing really stopping me from streaming under that category though. I guess if somebody wants to report me or whatever, they can. Who cares? So I'm just trying to cover the surfaces here. I've been building up this this clay part, so I want to get that all covered. Hey Dacitus, what's up? It's pretty good, so you know that's a good reason to be here. It'll be more fun when I get into like making stuff that's related to Borderlands, because that's definitely being planned. I just got to get some other more basic stuff done first. Well, it's because it's a brush on that you're supposed to brush it on. I'm trying a different technique as far as mold creation. I'm trying to like see if I can reduce my silicone usage by using brush ons sometimes. You can pour it. You're not really supposed to though. You would just use a different silicone for that. This stuff is meant for like so if you like if you made like props, like you were doing cosplay or whatever, or you worked on a movie set or something, like, and you needed to make like, you know, 5 Mandalorian helmets because you need to have that many for like if they get damaged or like, you know, whatever. You're not gonna like make a poor block mold with a poor silicone. It'd cost you a fortune, and it'd be huge and heavy, and it would just deform under its own weight. So like you would use a brush on silicone on your master part, and then you'd build an outer like shell, also called a matrix, that would support the thinner silicone mold. So these are typically called like glove molds because you're just covering the part like a glove. You're not, you know, making this whole like body that goes with it. So they're like typically used with like larger parts. You might want to copy. I'm just trying it out as an alternative to pour molds because like I can use like significantly less silicone this way. So, because this stuff's, you know, it's all costs money. Like every like 2 bottle kit is like 30 bucks. So the more of those I go through, the more expensive it all gets. So I'm always looking at ways to like reduce my costs and work more efficiently. So using a brush on is one way you can do that. It does require like a bit more planning, because you're building up like this kind of amorphous form, and you know you kind of want to know like where you're going with it. But it gives you like a different level of control than like a normal like pour mold does, where like, you know, you've watched enough videos here where like sometimes I screw up and like that's it, it's just screwed up and I can't do anything about it because, you know, I can't get more, fuck, there's like a undercut there. I can't get like, you know, into the mold, or I can't access something, or it's like setting up too fast or whatever. So this like gives me a bit more control, even though it's a little slower to work with. So like it's just a different tool, you know, so I'm trying to see if it's like where I can utilize it. And these are all smaller, like simpler molds, so I thought I could experiment, you know, on these things with it. Where like if I need to remold it, it's like not this like big effort. I kind of think of it as like I'm almost like sketching a mold, so I don't have to have this like perfect plan, you know. I can kind of work with it as I go, make changes and stuff. And it also makes it easier to mold like weird shapes and stuff. Like this thin armor is like, I don't know that I even could have gotten it to stay down to mold it like normally. It was, the straps were like, one of them was kind of warped, so it kept wanting to like curl under. So it could have been difficult to like keep it in place to even mold it normally. Basically, the whole last well, the other day when I didn't stream, basically all I was doing all day was just brushing layers onto stuff. So it wouldn't have been too interesting to watch for like 4 hours. And like, sometimes I just need to do the boring stuff, you know? I was like worried about, I was starting to get a little anxious about like doing streams that were a lot of, you know, boring stuff, because like there's just parts of work are going to be boring, you know, and I shouldn't have to apologize for that or feel like I'm somehow delivering a poor experience because like the thing I'm doing is just, you know, not that interesting. But I'm not gonna not do it, because I still need to get, like, some things done to progress, or progress, or whatever. Alright, so this is all pretty much done, or spent rather. I'm trying to transfer this last little bit. Alright, I gotta clean this stuff out. Yeah, I want to try to get these a little closer to done today if I can, though. Yeah, I mean that may be true. About, like, you know, it's just like my process and progress. And maybe I'm just starting to care a little too much about, like, viewership numbers. Not that, like, they've ever been high, but I was like, there were a few streams where it was pretty much like empty the whole time. So, like, you know, that bothers me a little bit, maybe a little too much. So maybe that's just the problem, is I'm a little too concerned and I shouldn't be. Because after all, that's why I started this, was just to keep me on track, not necessarily to, like, you know, create some, like, high quality show. Not that I want to, like, put out a crap experience or anything, but I also need to not psych myself out of working. And worrying too much about people, you know, dropping off the stream shouldn't be something I let get to me. I can't let it stop being enjoyable for myself. That's a fun way to think about it. Just leaving the door open to my workspace. And if somebody wants to come and hang out, you know, awesome. If not, then I guess I'll just be working alone. I think, like, it's partly like, I don't know, having to, like, you know, talk for hours if, like, no one's around. And I guess it's fine. I could just think about it, like, for the YouTube upload later, that, you know, I'm just thinking about that audience who, like, can't participate live. So, you know, they've only got the commentary on the video. So then I should think about, like, that audience and try to make it enjoyable for them as well. Or even just someone who's kind of passively viewing. And it's weird. It does create this, like, weird, like, personal, like, pressure you put on your mind about, like, the whole act of streaming and what it is, and you know, maybe it's just, you know, it's easy to get into your own head about it. let's see. So I want to put another layer on this. So like with this thing, I'm thinking about doing the mold styles that I'd been doing, where it's like, you know, the box and it inserts into the other part. But so what I'm thinking about is like that this is like a glove, but then inside of that there's like a plaster core. So then it's like more rigid, which will prevent it from like flexing too much. So I'm kind of trying a bunch of things and seeing where it takes me. I think it's why it seems a little weird, like what I'm doing now. Well, that's good, I guess, that it's like at least somewhat fun for you. That's part of like, I don't know, my thing though is I'm always trying like new things, new techniques. Well, new to me, I guess. So, because I'm not trying to like put this out as I'm some kind of like expert or whatever. You know, I'm just messing around and trying to get like a certain effect. And if that works, you know, great. If someone can get something out of it, great. It's like, you know, to improve my process, like I have to kind of R&D, and there's only so much time in the world, you know? So like, I kind of incorporate my R&D into my actual work. Because usually, like when I start something like this, you know, I'm not really gonna lose anything. It might be a little bumpy to get like the results that I want, because it, you know, maybe like doesn't turn out to be as optimal as I'd like, or it's like a little clunkier or whatever. But it also keeps me interested. I watched last night I showed my partner, we were talking about, I was kind of lamenting you know, the things I've been talking about today as far as like production and whatever. And so I showed my partner a video by the Craftsman, and you know, so he like does all these little videos about different things he's like trying out, and he's got like a shit ton of viewers. He's got like 400,000 followers on YouTube, which is like great for him. But he doesn't really make anything that I can tell. He basically makes the videos, and that's like his product. Oh shit, that's the wrong stuff. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. And so I was telling her that, like, well, if I wanted to make a show, you know, I would be doing this all very differently. But that's not my end goal. The show is just like gravy on top of what I'm already doing. And maybe I just like misunderstood or misconceived like what I could do with this format. You know, maybe Twitch isn't like the place for this. I don't know. I do appreciate like the interactivity that it offers versus like YouTube. But it's still like different, you know. How is this already setting up? Oh, that must be scrap from the previous one. It's funny you say my thought process like I know what I'm doing. I'm just bumbling around. Really. Just doing a little cleaning off camera. I need another towel. I guess I have one here. A little scrap. Yeah, bumbling with intent. That's about it. I'm definitely bumbling. Like, I know stuff, but I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough to, like, teach people. I mean, regardless, though, the schedule of streaming has helped me stay on track, more or less, with, like, productivity, so if nothing else, that's been, like, it's been worth it for that. I am recording this though, so I'm thinking about maybe trying to do a little bit of editing before I upload it to YouTube. See if it helps at all. Alright, so I'm just gonna put like another base layer on this. Just trying to. This mold's a lot newer, so it's not quite as built up. Trying to get these broad areas before I kind of work on the top here. Alright, I guess that's probably fine. lay the rest of it in with this palette knife. It's not quite as easy to get it up on the tool though. I want to try to keep it above the edge of this because I want to put another wall up there. So I don't really need it to run down off the bottom. And then I'll just have to trim off whatever goes too far down. Spent a lot of yesterday doing shit on my computer, and my back is really sore today from that. Just like hunching over too long at a desk. This stuff does start to thicken up as it cures. Well, as its pot life expires, I guess is more accurate. Actually, I was working with some of it as it was getting near the end of its pot life yesterday, and it turned out it was actually pretty good to work with in that stage. So you can spread it almost like icing. It doesn't really move once you set it down. Whereas in this form, it's still pretty liquidy, so it wants to go wherever gravity pulls it. This upper area is weird. There's a lot of like little nooks and stuff you gotta push it into. Keep it kind of on its back so I don't get like pooling in weird places while I fill in all these like, or get a coating on all these like tight spots. trying to like thicken it without getting it to pull anywhere, which is a weird like balance to walk. Because these air bubbles develop if it gets too like thick, and I don't want that. Starting to thicken up now. Like it's nearing the end of its pot life. Actually, I could get a little bit more on this other mold on the side here I could do. So it's weird to work with, but it's, I don't know, it's good. It like just takes a little bit of practice, like anything else really. Probably good for this. Let's see what I can add back onto the original mold. This stuff's probably gotten pretty solid. This stuff's pretty rigid once it cures, so it'll support itself to a degree. So if the mold's thick enough, you don't even need like an outer shell. Yeah, like during my off session yesterday, or the day before rather, while I was working with this stuff, being able to work with it kind of like unimpeded, I like realized that even though it says 20-minute pot life on the bottle, and then it's like it says like 6-hour cure time, but I found that if I work in small amounts like this, and I have a few molds going, that by the time I use up what I've mixed up, and I clean the containers and the tools and stuff, that if I'm swapping between a couple of different molds, that the earlier pieces will have solidified enough that you can just go ahead and add another layer to it. So I think part of the key with this stuff is to like basically be rotating molds you're working on. And I think that helps you build the layers more quickly, so that you're not taking like days and days and days to like make something. Yeah, see, this is all running off the side here. So I'm just gonna slop it back up on the top somewhere else. That's about the only thing you kind of got to think about, is like tilting it in a way that it's like not going to just run off onto the ground. Alright, so I'm going to prop this thing up, so hopefully it doesn't just run down. Let's see. What can I put under this? That's good enough. Alright. Alright, so then I can set these aside and let these cure for a while, and come back to them in 20 minutes or so. So the Craftsman video that I did watch yesterday was he was trying to use this technique that someone else had shared with him. It was about shrinking and expanding a mold if you wanted to like make a smaller copy of something or a larger copy. And basically you use like use mineral spirits to shrink or expand the mold. It seems interesting. I've seen other people talk about it. It's been suggested to me too, where I've commented on like sculpting big and shrinking it down. But I don't think it really works when you have like a single piece that needs to fit into something else. I don't think it's going to work, because you can't really control the rate of growth or shrinkage. Not in a reliable way anyway, because it's I guess if you ran enough experiments, you could probably come up with like a formula. for like how much to add and how long you have to wait and blah blah blah. But I think it's cute as like a trick, but I don't think it's meaningful as like a methodology. Like for a one-off piece, I think you could have some fun with it. But if you're trying to like shrink two pieces that need to fit together precisely, it's not going to be that reliable. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's artists out there who've done it. But just from my observation, I don't think that the shrink and grow method using mineral spirits is like reliable. I think it's like a sketch almost. You're just you're almost like growing or shrinking it, you know, in Photoshop or whatever, where like you lose some details when you make it big, and you can have uneven warping when you've got like a large space that's growing or shrinking and a small space and on the same part. So you may see like, because just in the examples that the craftsman used in his video, there were little points on his piece that I noticed that had distorted. He used this little figurine that's kind of like mushroom shaped. It's just, you know, thin body, big head, two thin arms on the side, and the sorry, the hands on the figure had distorted quite a bit when he shrunk it down. So I think that foreshadows difficulty you would have if you were trying to like, if I was trying to say sculpt a hand big and then shrink it down, then I may run into fit issues with like the upper arm, that it might be too loose, or the peg doesn't shrink enough, or it shrinks too much and now it like doesn't fit at all. So I don't think it's viable as a like, I'm gonna sculpt this big and shrink it down thing. I mean, I guess if I run enough experiments, I guess I could figure it out, but I don't think it's worth it. And you're basically like evaporating off a lot of mineral spirits. So it's also a pretty wasteful method. Not to like bag on the craftsman or whatever. I mean, he's like just sharing stuff that he is learning and something you can have fun with. So I think it's just like be careful where you try to apply that, because it's not going to give you, you're not going to get consistent results. It's not like a laser scan you're shrinking down and then, you know, carving out of a block of material. I honestly don't know how they did it in this, like the 80s. I assume there was like laser scanning available on like a factory level. And I don't know that a 3D laser scanner is even in the price range of like the hobbyist. I'd have to do some research on that. It's definitely interesting. If I could like sculpt it like 2x and then shrink it down, like laser scan it, shrink it down, and then like CNC a master out of like a block of resin or something, that would be pretty awesome. My budget definitely will not allow for that. So I'll just be working all one-to-one scale and doing the best I can at that. Sorry, speaking of mineral spirits, those vapors were getting a little strong. So I had to get some ventilation going. Alright, well this stuff's all kind of curing, so I gotta work on something else. So I'm still working on this sword, so I'm gonna work on this for a little bit. I need to finish sculpting this grip, and then once I do that, I'll be able to get these into a mold. So I'm gonna just mix up a little bit of this Apoxie Sculpt. I'm gonna grab a little bit of water. Okay. This is like similar in a way to the brush on silicone, where you just mix up as much as you need, or like a little under, and you just make more if you need it. I gotta look at how I can speed up the cure on this. I think you can apply a little bit of heat to it. I haven't tried it yet though. It's a little off. To a consistent color. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna bulk up this other side. This needs a little bit of work. I gotta try to balance out the mass before I worry about making the shape look similar. And I don't expect it's gonna be like an exact match. As long as it looks close, it should be fine. I find it's better if you apply it a little bit at a time and then try to blend, almost like thin it completely out across the surface of the thing you want to add it to. Otherwise it doesn't want to like bond to the material it's on. It just keeps like pulling away like it's doing now. probably should have put some score marks down or something first. Yeah, I'm gonna try to match that, the bulk on that back side. This part to the left is gonna be more raised. It's gonna be kind of like a pyramid. So it's gonna be a very geometric handle. Well, hilt or whatever, the above the grip area. Yeah, we're still pretty far away from that. Maybe if I set up that second camera so that there's a little closer look at my point of view, it'll be more interesting for the viewer. I made one video as an experiment and it seemed okay. I have to kind of experiment with like the placement. So my second camera is just like this crappy old Android camera I got for free, or Android phone camera. So like the app that I would use doesn't like focus or anything. It's such a crappy phone that it might have a fixed focus lens. I don't even know. So I have to work with the position and find the like most optimal spot for it. The test video seemed fine. It was still like more than you're seeing now, which was, so that I guess like anything is really better, right? Yeah, it's getting close. I kind of spread it out like to the edges. Yeah, at first I was trying to like do the shaping while I was putting this on, but then I realized it's just like not really worth it, and so I should just try to get the general like bulk of the shape sculpted, and then I can just sand down from there to get the geometric shape. Yeah, sculpting is weird where it's like sometimes it's an additive practice and sometimes it's a subtractive practice. It all depends on like the effect you're trying to get. So X-Acto is not even like really the best tool to be doing this with, but it works pretty well for like getting the first, just getting the material down and spreading it out. I might have to do this in 2 passes though. I feel like it's getting a little too mushy. So it's trying to spread the epoxy out instead of like building it up vertically. Dropping it doesn't help. Now it's too dry. Shit. Alright, that looks better. Getting these corners built up has been a little difficult. Because like as you try to like spread it down, it like moves back toward this like central area and pulls away from the corner. Yeah, it's kind of a sloppy shape, but let's see. So I want the peak to be like here. So I kind of want to guide it like that direction. Because it's like this square trapezoid. I want that to be like a pyramid, so I want the center to be kind of like at the central point of those four corners. And then I'll have like some like triangular shapes that move down away from that. So I'm trying to build that up first. So that's like the main shape of this handle, grip, whatever. And the rest will grow kind of out of that central shape. Sorry, my throat's very dry today. I think it's gonna be the weather here. It's been really weird. It's like monsooning off and on, which usually apparently happens in the summer. But now it's happening in January. Alright, that's like a good general shape. So I think I'm gonna let this cure. I'll just have to come back to it later. It's gonna take a little bit of work to get it kind of even on both sides, but the bulk is there, so it'll be a little easier on the next pass. This thing I gotta add a little bit more because I need to. These lines are kind of deceiving. It looks like it's staggered, but it's all smoothed. And then I basically need to see if these are I want it to be kind of like a trapezoid on the back and then rounded on the top, like this part to be rounded and then this all to be trapezoidal. But this plastic is kind of soft, so I want to build some epoxy up on it so that it's a little easier to sand without it kind of distorting really quick. And then once these are, the last thing I'm gonna do, I gotta seal this little ring. I'm gonna fabric wrap this handle to give it some texture. So once that's done, I do like the final sculpting. I'm gonna put some little grooves in here around this like grip mount. And then I think I might inset like a little round bead or something into each side just for like a detail. And then we'll take it apart and mold it. Because I want the blade to be, that way I can cast the blade in different colors, so it'll be, you know, a little more fun. And I messed it up as I took it apart. Good job. Alright, so that's like good for now. Actually, yeah, but I can shape this a little bit more. Just try to get that more into like a peak. Yeah, I think I'll have to just do it on like the next pass. Okay. So we'll set this guy aside somewhere. Find somewhere I can put it like laid down. I guess I can just stick it in this box on the side here. You guys can't see, unfortunately. So another piece I'm working on slowly is I'm trying to smooth over some of the texture on this. I want it to be a little bit more realistic, where it's not quite as like cut. I feel like I need to put like a layer of paint on this because it's kind of hard to see. There's just too many clashing colors. I ran into this problem when I was working on a head sculpt that is one of the molds off to the side here, and I start to lose some of the surface texture in these different colors. So I can kind of use the round end of this blade to kind of glide over it and like feel it. This feels like okay, but it's still like a little deceptive. And the only other way to do it is to then mold it and then cast it and see like how the cast comes out, where the flaws are, but it's like more steps. So let's see. I have a whole stack of parts off to the side here I want to start molding to use as build materials for like new parts. Oops. So I got like these parts are off of like I think it's called like Realm of the Warlord or something. It's like a Remco Barbarian style line from the 80s. It's like basically a knockoff of Masters of the Universe. So I salvaged some of the parts from a couple figures, and I don't know if this socket is going to fit. Actually, I guess I could just check, right? Yeah, it's like fairly snug. It's not like a perfect fit. Awesome. Well, we just created more work for ourselves. Now that this broke off. Shit. Hooray for, well, I wouldn't even call that a blooper, just like a, oh god, another sigh of something that went wrong. Yeah, alright, well, these clearly are too snug, so this is not going to be, I'm going to have to replace that socket. Shit. Well, I guess that's a good excuse to close this up and make something new. Yeah, it's never fun when things just break. Fucking that's loose. Shit. Let's see if I can find something to pry this out with. Where's my little screwdriver? Yeah, it's always great, real reassuring when things break, and then you have to like redo work. Redoing work is like one of my favorite things ever. If I could just like redo everything constantly, that would be awesome. At least it didn't break. I can try to fix it. See how clean that break is. Maybe I can just glue it back on. Yeah, actually that's a pretty clean break. I'll just glue it back on. It should be fine. And well, we learned a lesson about those parts, that those sockets need to be replaced. with ones that are more compatible. This is also a very brittle resin, so it breaking's not like the most surprising thing. I was a little hesitant to put that on, and I just probably shouldn't have. So we'll just chalk that up to user error. Alright, so we'll fix this guy and set him aside. Oops. Oh, come on. Stuff turns into like molasses. Yeah, I don't really use this resin anymore, except for test cast because it's so brittle. So I'm going to use some of this super glue accelerant to get it to bond real quick. Why does everything have to have such a strong odor? Yeah, it might need to be molded now that it's broken. So I'm just adding a little bit of CA accelerant to the edge here to hopefully get it to at least start bonding when we put them together. So how does it go? Like this. Shit. Yeah, I'll have to add a little bit of do a little bit of cleanup work here. And this should have all pretty much bonded all instantly. Yep. Yeah, I guess I can toss this thing into a mold. It's probably close to ready anyway. I'm actually running out of like mold box materials, because I've got all these molds off to the side here that are like kind of in progress. Alright, so I gotta sand this down a little bit. Find my there it is. This guy. Yeah, so the other reason I'm doing this torso here is I want to redesign the inside. So it's currently like a Masters of the Universe torso, so it uses all the same connectors and plugs and stuff that the vintage figures use. And I would like to replace some of those with snap pegs, so I can actually snap the halves together. So that was something I was going to do, because I got to remodel the inside of this. Now, how I'm going to make the thickness, I don't really know. There's a lot of unknowns. What I'll probably have to do is get, there's a type of resin, smooth-on cells, that is for what are called rotational casts. So it's like, it stays kind of thin and it cures slowly, so it's for like molds you rotate. And the point is that like you pour some in and you rotate it so it coats the whole inside of the mold, and you continue to rotate it like on multiple axes so that it spreads around into an even layer all along the inside, so you create a hollow piece. So then I can take that piece and then cut it open and build the inside. So I can build a simple pour mold for this, which is probably just going to be like that. Alright, so put these legs and stuff off to the side. What to do. I'm gonna mix up a little bit of normal silicone and dump it in here. Now this is all sealed up. I've got a little bit of 22 left, so I'm gonna use this. I don't need much. Like, I'll do a rough measurement, but I think it's like 2 centimeters roughly. So I'm just making like a base. I'm not making anything like special, so I can just pour it and forget about it. This is like another way you can use the brush silicone and like a regular silicone in conjunction, whereas like you use the brush on stuff to get all your detail covered, and once you've got, you know, maybe a 1/16 to 1/8 of an inch thickness, you can come back and pour regular silicone over it and it'll bond. So then you don't have to be quite as precise with, like, you know, the pour stuff, because you've already captured all the detail. You're just bulking it up more or less. I forgot to clean this, but I guess I can just wipe it off. When your stuff sits for a little while, you gotta give it a stir. Not that interesting, but necessary. Take a real quick measurement because it doesn't need to be that precise. Let's see. I always use centimeters, millimeters. 9. Roughly 9. 8.5. And we'll say 8. So we'll say 8 by 9 is what? 72, no. Yeah, 72, so then 72 and 72 is what? 144. So we need 144 mLs of this stuff, roughly. Maybe a little less. Hey, NATO potato. My process is kind of always in evolution. I started out doing like pour molds, and so now I'm trying to kind of expand, and I'm messing with brush on silicone to see if I can kind of like offset my cost a little bit, and it definitely adds like some bumps as far as like planning, so I'm trying to kind of work those out as I'm doing this. So I'm going to say 144, so 72, 75. Yeah, so we'll do 70. I don't even know if I've got 75, but I guess we'll find out. Yeah, you can do molding and casting at home. Really just finding a spot that like you've got like adequate ventilation, and you can get, you know, kind of messy if you need to, or because, you know, stuff gets spilled by accident. And let's see. Have I ever sold the toys I made? Yeah. So over the summer, I put out my first wave, which was just 8 color variants on my original set of molds. Which so now what I'm doing is I spent the fall remaking the molds because they were like not that efficient, and so now I'm working on a second wave. Well, I guess I'm more officially like actual first wave, because I kind of consider the ones I released over the summer to be like prototypes. So now that I've kind of got the design down, I'm working on you know, like a better version of those, and I'm hoping to release it like soonish. So what I'm doing now, I got this guy I can show you. So this guy is going to be, I'm going to do a giveaway of this guy. So he's not finished yet. I have a new head in a mold on the side. The sword is going to be part of that. And then I'm working on armor that's going to go with him. So there's going to be more stuff that comes with this guy. How long does it take to put one together? Like, doing the casts or doing molds? Like, I guess for like the casting, probably to do one is probably like a day, because it's I think it's 10 molds. So then I usually cast them in 2 batches. So then it's just however long it takes, like the resin to set up, for me to pull everything, to trim it, sand it down, you know, get it like ready for you know, kind of like the final assembly. So it's probably like, to produce a figure from the molds is probably a day, maybe a little less. If I'm like pushing myself, I could probably get 2 done in a day, at least like all the casts done, and then do all the trimming and cleaning like the next day. I'm hoping I could make like, you know, a decent amount on them. The first wave was like probably underpriced, because I was kind of new to it. I had never sold anything before. Is it a cheap hobby, or does it require a bit of funding to start off? Well, you can start off like kind of inexpensive. Um, I'd say you can get like one of these silicone kits, like the 2 bottles. They run like $30 to $40 depending where you live. Because if you live outside the U.S., you might have to use a different vendor. But I'd say like you can start like fairly easily. Really, I think the hardest part initially is kind of just learning how to work with the materials. Like, I'm just using, you know, cheap kitchen spatulas to like do the mixing and stuff. These are plastic beakers I bought off Amazon. Some of the stuff, some materials have like different needs. Like, if you don't want bubbles, or I mean, nobody wants bubbles, but like, if you want to avoid bubbles for sure, you have to use a pressure tank, which means you need like a air compressor, and like you got to make a safe. People use Harbor Freight paint pressure tanks for like that people use for like painting houses and stuff and cars, and they modify that and attach an air compressor to it. So like that could be a little costly. It just depends like how deep you want to get into it. Do the molds ever get messed up or worn down? They do, because like the silicone, there's 2 different kinds of silicone you can use. One's called it has to do with like how they cure, like the chemical reaction in them. One is called a tin cure, and the other is a platinum cure. So basically what the difference is like how resilient to like heat they are. So tin cure is not as resilient, platinum cure is more resilient. But the mold will start to break down over time. When I say break down, it'll start to get brittle. It's just like it just happens like because when the resin cures, it produces heat, and the heat will slowly damage the mold. So, and each mold is going to get a different amount of life. It just depends on like how big your mold is, you know, what materials you're using, etc. So like smaller pieces tend to generate less heat, so you can potentially get like longer life out of your molds. Whereas like big thick pieces will generate a lot of heat, so those molds may not last as long. Um, you don't have to worry too much about it being lost, because like if you're say like molding the thing you mold initially, right? When you take it out of the mold, if if that part doesn't like break when you take it out, if it's just say like, you know, let me find an example here. Let me grab something off the side to give you an example. So like, if I was just gonna mold, like, if I was just gonna mold this guy's head, right? I could mold this and then take this out of the mold and it wouldn't be damaged. So if that mold I made, say in like a year, or I make like 50 casts or whatever and it starts to break down, I can just take this piece or one of the first casts and then like make a new mold from that. So as long as you have the part, or a really, really good cast out of it, you can just make a new mold. And a lot of times, artists will, well, not even just artists, that anyone that makes molds, they'll take their old mold and they chop it up into pieces like this, and you can like kind of pepper that into another mold to like, you know, use up some of the old silicone just to take up space, and then it saves like, you don't use as much new material. So there's like little ways you can kind of cut corners on your costs. I can show you some molds I've got to the side that have got like little bits of other molds mixed into them. And so like what I'm doing here is this guy, this is a brush on silicone. So it's just like this, it's two parts and you mix it together and it makes like a thick, well, like a thin paste, and you can just brush it onto things. Like in thin layers, you start with like a real thin base layer, and then like that gets like firm, and you can just add another layer to it. And so you can do that to like capture your detail. And then you can use like, what I'm doing here is the stuff I'm mixing up, I'm gonna pour on top of this just to like make it thicker, and then I'll take this apart and I'll have like the front part that I'm actually creating, or copying rather. Sorry, I'm like thinking a mile a minute. Let's see. So like in here is it's a torso with like an armor texture on it. It's an old battle armor He-Man. So I want like the front chest armor. I just want like that shape. So I made this brush on mold. I just put him in some clay and I brushed a bunch of silicone onto it. And these bumps here are just pieces of old silicone that I like brushed into it. So I'm gonna mix these together, pour this on top, and this will create just a one piece like flat mold that I can just pour resin into to get like that front armor, and then I'll take that out and I'll chop it into pieces and I'll make like something new out of it. So this is kind of an intermediary mold. I'm not going to take this exact thing and like put it on a figure. I'm going to do some work with it, and then actually this is probably too much silicone. I think I mismeasured, but maybe not. So like, I'll admit, I'm kind of bumbling around a little bit too. You know, I kind of learn as I go. Hang on a second, I gotta prime my pressure tank. So like this silicone I'm using here is it sets really fast. So I put it in a pressure tank to squash any air bubbles down to like basically like invisible. So I have to get that ready to like to put this in. I'm working on getting a second camera set up so I can kind of show some of this pressure tank stuff and, you know, off camera stuff, so it's a little more, you know, having like these gaps you kind of gotta imagine. I'm just gonna pour this into here and mix these up. I just added some dye to make it a little easier to tell when these are mixed together. And when you pour your silicones together, hold it up kind of high, because like as it this like thin stream, it tries to stretch out some air bubbles, so it'll like reduce how much air gets trapped in your silicone. And that's just like a little thing you kind of like learn as you go, if no one tells you in the beginning. It's not really in like the instructions you get with like the materials. Just like mix these together and go. But there's little things you can do to like improve your results. Okay, so this is going to be a little messy. So I'm going to scrape this into here. And then I'm basically going to fold these together instead of stirring them to try to like reduce how much air I mix in. And this is a very fast setting silicone. It goes from liquid to solid in like 30 minutes. So while I'm mixing it, I gotta be thorough to get like the sides and bottom all mixed together, and the edges without introducing too much air, because that's like, you know, more air I gotta contend with. So, and I like these beakers too, because like you can see through them. So you can kind of help that tell you like, oh, did I miss a spot, or is it like streaking, or, you know, you can see when the color is more consistent. Alright, that's probably good. So I'll scrape this thing off real quick. So I'm gonna pour this into here kind of fast, and then toss this into my air compressor, and then I should be able to pull it out in like 30-45 minutes. Alright, that's probably good. But I've got a ton left over and I did bad math again. So you can pour it kind of slow and let the silicone like find itself, because then it pushes air out. Alright, now that's going to dump the rest of this. It should be good. Huh, I guess I didn't mix up too much. That's a change. I mean, I probably had a little excess. I didn't actually really need. I could have put more brush on toward the bottom to try to flatten it out. I should have probably added more, just more layers of brush on, and then mixed up some plaster for the top. Whatever, next time. Alright, so that's all. Just trying to get as much of this out of the container as possible. Let's check it for leaks. Looks good. Alright, I'm gonna toss this in the pressure tank. Okay. Somehow my regulator got messed up. So I had to fix that. It was like completely loose, which is weird. I gotta clean this stuff off real quick. Yeah, it's weird. This like hobby takes a big swings between like sculpting stuff and making lots of molds. Alright, that's just gonna sit off to the side until it cures, and then I'll just peel that all out. So I gotta clean this container. This is just mineral spirits. So if you do work with silicone, while it's in its liquid form, mineral spirits is a really good solvent. That's what I use to clean everything. It's got a, I don't know if this is, okay, this is not odorless because it is very strong. So always have like good ventilation nearby. But I use this to clean up my beakers and stuff between uses. I'll just stick this into here, I guess. This is like any other art though, where you spend a lot of time, well, I don't know, if you like paint or anything, or cleaning your tools is, well, because I try not to use much that's disposable, so I spend a lot of time cleaning stuff. But like that little bit of effort saves me a lot of money. So, you know, like like Native Potato had asked about, like, you know, cost and stuff. Little things like having to buy, like, you know, a stack of paper cups every month or whatever. Like, it adds up. But I could buy, you know, spend $10 on beakers and use them for 5 years or longer. To me, that's just like a better use of your money. Alright, all the boring cleaning stuff is done, so now what? I glued our guy back together. So many things to do. So many little steps. Right, so he's probably okay. Let's see. This is kind of a back burner project. I'm making a lady figure, and that's just like the start of that. I really want to get this head done, so I think I need to work on this. Do I coat it in silicone, or do I just like leave it, right? Because, well, first I need to cut these things off the sides. Because I'm gonna end up sealing the sides of this, and these little clay drips will get kind of in the way, so it's easier if I just remove them. You're gonna be stubborn. Okay. It should be all of these. Nice enough ones that matter. Just gonna toss these little scraps. Okay, so let's see. I don't think I could do. Yeah, I don't think I can do plaster on this because. So this is vent. This is an injection point. So the surface of my mold needs to be around like here. Could be a little bit higher, like probably no higher than this. And even that's a lot of like space. This little notch here I'm a little worried about. Otherwise I could just cover this in plaster. Let's see, so I want to make, well, I gotta enclose this. So I guess I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna build a little box around this. I have a lot of scrap, what is this stuff? Foam core. So I could use this. get some like rough estimates here. I'll probably still have to add another layer of brush on, like I did the one I just poured, because I'm gonna have corners and stuff that resin or silicone would just run down into, and I need to plug this. So I'm gonna do that. So first I'm gonna build this little box, which means I gotta plug in my hot glue gun, because that's what I typically use to like hold the boxes together. So I need that rebound. I don't think I need to really trim too much of this up. I'm going to trim a little bit just while I'm waiting for that gun to warm up. That stuff I got to contend with later. This is like silicone that leaked under from a previous mold, so I'm just trying to pull some of this stuff off. Because like the glue won't stick to it, so I need to make sure it's like not in a problem area. That's probably fine. Nope, there's some silicone there. That's a big chunk. Big chunk. Alright. It'll be a few more minutes till that gun's ready to go. So in that time, I need to wipe this down, because if there's any greasiness from like clay or mold release or whatever that's left over, that glue won't stick to this, and then it'll just keep pulling away. So this is just 91% alcohol. It's a pretty good cleaner, so I'm just gonna wipe that all down. So that's ready. Let's see, this thing. This is the other question. I'm trying to figure out where I want to go with this. So it's like not quite ready to be covered. But I think what I'm going to end up doing is I need to fill in these little overhangs here, here, here. There's a couple spots where it needs to be thicker, like these ridges here. Anywhere you can see orange kind of peeking through, that all needs to be a little thicker. This front. So basically these each side and a little bit on the top. So I want to box this in, and because I want the surface for this as well, I may mold the back of it, but I don't think I'm going to, because I think I'm just going to need pieces from it. don't know, it's kind of weird, honestly. I think I will mold it from the back, but I need to get this first part done. And these like thin armor pieces and things, I haven't really molded these that much, so I'm kind of figuring it out as I go. And yeah, so I want to box this all in, and I'll probably put a plaster core on top of this to support it, because then I'm gonna probably mold, as long as this doesn't peel away from the mold when I, because these are just being held down with clay. It's just the center part that's being molded, so it may take a little finagling to get it to cooperate. So that's kind of some unknown territory. I'll just have to figure it out once I get there. Because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with this. I didn't want to make like a big bulky mold and potentially waste a bunch of silicone on a mold that doesn't quite work the way I want it to. So some other stuff I want to work on. I've got, I do want to mold these arms though, and the legs, just so I've got some other options to play with. Silicone sometimes is like, it's like spider web, it sticks to everything. Yeah. So I might, well, I'll probably wait till I'll just make like a basic mold of all these parts. I'm gonna chop these off. I don't need this like little thing at the top. It's definitely weird. I've had to think about like, I have to keep like a bunch of different projects in my head all at one time when I'm working here, so that, you know, when I get to a point where I can't really make any more progress on a thing, because, you know, now I'm like waiting for a glue gun, or I'm like waiting for silicone to dry, or glue to dry, or whatever. I need something else to like shift gears to. So this is kind of one of those things. Actually, I don't even need this big lump on here. I could probably just cut this whole thing off. So I'm gonna, well, let's see. Let me get one of my, go to my parts bin. Okay, so in here there should be, nope, I guess not. Oh yeah. So this is a socket I'm going to use for the hip joint. So I need to mold this, and I'm probably going to carve these cuffs off and just replace it with just like, I'll continue the muscle texture down. That'll be a little easier to do once this is not this like soft plastic, and it's harder resin instead. I also need to drill a section out of this so I can inset this socket, because then that'll give me a ball socket that'll work with my hip joints. So that's like a step I got to do there. So I guess I can just start building a mold for these guys. That'll give me something to do while I'm waiting for other stuff to cure. So we'll just do the arms first, because they'll be a little easier. First I'm going to just trim off some of this excess like scrap, little burrs and stuff that I don't really want to follow into the mold if I don't have to. I'll worry about that seam later. I'm going to have to replace these sockets because I snapped a peg off earlier. I guess I can start that torso mold too, now that it should be adequately cured. I don't know what time I put that mold in, 4:12. I'll just say 4 o'clock, so then 4:45 I'll pull it. Alright, I just washed all these the other day, so they should be pretty good. These are some pretty sloppy mold lines, so I'll have to clean that stuff up later once I pull the casts. Like this little burr here I'll need to clean up. Actually, maybe we'll just fill this with clay now. See if I even can. Let's see. I just need to get enough in there that it's like kind of flush. Doesn't even need to be like nice. I just don't want the little divot if I can avoid it. Yeah, that's good. Alright, let's see. There's a little burr there. Just trying to remove like small surface imperfections. It's just less stuff I gotta fix later. There's like a little flange right there from probably like a mount or something from the original mold. Yeah. Alright. I have a lot of cleaning to do. I also like that these are thinner arms than like the traditional like Motu arms that are like very bulky. So it'll be kind of cool to have some like different options. Okay, so where are we at? Waiting for the glue gun. I really used up like all my small pieces of acrylic. Do I really have to use one this small? Guess so. Alright, so then, let's see. What's the best way to mold these? Gotta think about like airflow and so I'd like them to still be usable straight out of the mold. not have to be modified. Stop it. Just sit here and pick at everything. Okay. So, let's see. So this, if I put it like this, it's gonna need, well, I don't want to put a fill joint there. So it's probably gonna have to go like this. Right? We can angle it up so we can do all the venting here. And then one vent on the thumb. Yeah. So we'll do it like this. And then let's see this arm. Angling it for airflow. This is gonna be a lot of little vents. I guess I can just vent the claws. And that should be okay, because I can file them down and you won't even be able to tell. So this could almost go straight up, but it like angles out, so it's probably gonna, instead of being vertical. Let's see, what's the width compared here? If we do this straight back, right? I guess I could offset them like this. So we have like a similar width mold. That would still work. It would just look a little weird. Question is, do I want these sockets to be in the base mold? And you pull out the outer shell? Yeah, I think we'll do that. It's just going to be a little more thought intensive. Okay. So we'll start with this more straight arm, I guess. Actually, we'll put this on pause. I think that glue gun is ready. We'll come back to this. Okay, so we'll start with this. I'm gonna use a little tape just to secure this temporarily. Needs to be like aligned kind of with the front. I guess it's kind of hard to see. So we're gonna do this. We want it to be kind of aligned here. And we'll set the tape there. And then we'll line up another. Probably use this guy. So then we're gonna make like a corner here. I have to overlap it a bit because this hangs out. You want to get like a pretty snug square there. So we'll do that. We'll do the same thing. We'll tape this guy down. Use this as a guide. Let that fall. secure these on the side. Because they're, yeah, see, they're going to want to fall apart. Alright, that gives like a basic form, and then we'll use glue to reinforce it. This is actually off a little bit, so I'm going to try to see if I can get this to be a little bit more in place. Yeah, there we go. Alright, tack it down. So the leftover glue comes in handy. It already gives it something to bond to. I don't have to worry too much about leaks because we're going to use the brush on to seal like the whole top. I'm just going to peg it down here. Right. Let's see. So it's going to be a little tricky. Let's see if I got a piece of silicone that'll fit in this little notch here. Yeah, that works. No, almost. Let's try it upside down. No, not quite. Might take two pieces to get it to fit. Let's see, so no. Yeah, that kind of works. It works well enough anyway. So I guess I'm going to use, actually I'm going to try to find something a little thicker than that. Like this. See if I can get this to fit in there. Okay, so that kind of works. This goes here. Yeah, some of it's just like trying to find creative ways to use your like scraps. That's like money is spent, so if you can find a way to put it to work, it's worth it. Alright, so I'm going to mix up some brush on. I'm going to brush around the edges here, and then I'm going to try to get these pieces in, because then this whole back corner is like done. I don't have to think about it again. Because once all the walls are up, it's going to be a real narrow space to try to work in there. I don't need a lot because I'm not doing much here. just need enough for the back area. He's good. We'll just put the rest back in the container. Everything. Let's see, so I'll use, this guy, just to mix it together. That's good. I'm gonna use just where to go. Yeah, I'm gonna use the palette knife again to try to. First, I'm gonna like get this whole space in here like sticky. I'll try to put this in here. Try to use a little bit of that. I'll gloop a little around him. needs to be on all sides so that it sticks to itself. Or so it's like basically being glued in. So it'll act kind of like a glue once it's in there. That's what you can't really see it through this wall, but I'm just trying to flatten out that side. Let's see, we'll go this. I'll do the same, try to get this thing, trying to fill that little space there. Even if I'm only filling it on the one side, it still is taking up that space, and that's the important part. Trying to put our scrap to work. And I'll try to plug up these corners and the seams. And this stuff's fairly thick, so it shouldn't run too much. It will run a little if you put it on thick. So I was going to try to spread it out. To the corner. You can treat it like a sealer. You're trying to seal up all the holes and stuff, all the cracks. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Come across the front here and do that. Try to spread it a bit. The silicone you add to this is going to stick to it. So you're trying to basically create like the bottom so it doesn't go past your layer. Well, this back corner was like pretty big. There was a big gap, so it's gonna want to drain down into there. So you'll probably need to add like, well, I'll need to add a bunch of extra and then like push it down. Actually, maybe I gotta go in from this side. Yeah, that's better. I can do the same here. Just try to fill in the space. why I kind of like this stuff as a beginner mold material. It's you can like work slow with it, and you don't need like fancy equipment or expensive equipment rather. There's nothing fancy about an air compressor. But like you can buy, you know, something cheap like this palette knife, which is probably like part of a, you know, a set of plastic clay tools for a few bucks at Michael's. The rebound's probably the most expensive thing at like $30-some. But you can kind of just build it up slow, you know, and like you don't have to worry so much about making mistakes because you can just like cut bits of it off and, you know, stick them back on, or you know, just keep building up your layers. And it's like, you know, you could use a paper cup, or you could use like a little plastic bowl or something, because the silicone will peel off of like whatever you put it on. So you could use pretty much anything as your vehicle. A little bit of mineral spirits and some paper towels for your cleanup if you know, want to clean up your tools. It definitely requires a little more patience than like a pour silicone does, but it also like it's a lot easier to work with as far as like your setup. You can literally just start painting onto something. And let it start to set up, and that's why it's a little more difficult to remove. I'm literally like letting it set up on other silicone tools because I'm like, what if it becomes part of the tool and then I've got this like bumpy edge or whatever. I feel like I've used mine. There's like probably so much. The material's like so stiff now that it probably won't even stick to it, or I wouldn't like bond to it. Yeah, as far as like this brush on stuff, I'm just trying to have fun with it while I like learn how to use it. This stuff's real messy to pour, so I bought some of these. Well, actually, they actually came with syringes that I bought, but you can just buy these on Amazon cheap. They're just like plastic pipettes, and I find they're a little easier to use for like transporting this stuff between containers. clean it up while it's still liquidy. Some of my older beakers are more beat up. They're like more like micro scratches in them, and I think it like this particular silicone really, because it I think because it's a brush on, it's just got like a different makeup. It seems to like really grip those little scratches, and it becomes kind of difficult to remove. It still does. I'm still able to scrape it off, but it's a little more work than I would like to put into it. So I just thought I would just try to get it while it's a liquid.
The wind on Gehenna was hot as spent powder. Smelled. As soon as the vault hunter's boots tasted dirt, he was off to town to see a sheriff about a bounty. Every respectable town's got itself a saloon. Perfect place to drink down some local knowledge and get the lay of the land. Go figure the vault hunter.
Yeah, the next new head sculpt's gonna be Krieg for sure. That should be fun. Psychomutant Krieg is probably appropriate for the musculature of these other two figures. Alright, well that like drained down on the corner, so that's unfortunate, but whatever. I should have probably stuffed a little clay in there to prevent that from happening, but it's fine. Let's see. So that's good. I can pull this other mold from earlier. We'll take a look at that. Alright, let's take a look at this. This should be good. I should probably get some like regular figures cast so I can have something up in the store. So I've got like nothing for sale at the moment. I think I just want them to come with something. So I want to get a couple things done before I put anything up in the store. Alright. This stuff's probably going to the bin. Alright. Where's my knife? Let's see. Yeah, this is gonna be real sloppy. Let's get all these outer pieces removed, all the support stuff. So we had some drain down inside. Alright, pop this guy out of here. We should have a nice mold of the front. Yeah, okay. That's not bad. So I want like just this front part. Now the question is, how do I fill this so that I can make a, I wonder if I can just like stuff some clay in here. I basically just want like a thin-ish layer of this. So I wonder if I can get enough clay bulk in here to create like a faux thickness. What's up, Cap? It's been a little while. Awesome. How's it going? You seem like you've been a little busy. I mean, you've been streaming, but you know, too busy to come by. Oh, nice. So you made them? Oh, that's great. Congrats. Ah, okay. Nice. Still though. Still cool. I'm just trying to... Yeah, I'm trying. I'm like, I got a bunch of molds going at one time, and I'm like sculpting some stuff and trying to get like, trying to really like ramp up like, you know, what I've got. So I'm trying to make a shell mold right now of this thing, of like the front of this guy. Yeah, I'm trying to like make just this part. So I'm gonna just make like a thin layer that I can like put stuff on top of to get like a, just like a basic mold. So I'm gonna use it for like I'm gonna make a new armor piece with it. So I need to get just like the basic shape molded so I can use that as like a starting point. So I'm trying out some stuff just to see if I can like, you know, make some like thin molds and trying to like learn some new stuff, you know. It'll be cool if it works. But it all seems to be going okay so far. Just like taking it slow, you know. And like this doesn't even have to be like, you know, great quality or anything. This is just to like make a piece I can like work with to make something else. Cool. You know, don't let me keep you. Thanks for stopping by though, as always. Nice. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just doing a bunch of like small stuff, so it's like not super interesting, but you know, it's all like prep work for like hopefully some better things. Alright, sounds good, man. See you next time. Have a good night. Alright, this is actually kind of working, so I was a little worried this wasn't gonna like take, but I mean, it's not, it doesn't like stick to the mold, but it's kind of working. If I have just like a little bit of mass I can kind of like mold here, it'll be pretty cool. It's kind of like, it'll be a confirmation that like maybe the other torso I need to mold, I can kind of just, I don't have to do the roto thing, I can just like make a like a basic filler and mold that. That would be pretty cool. So I can always do like refinement stuff on the, once I get like the base cast made. It'd actually be cool to not have to make like a big bulky cast just to get like the texture. This actually works the way I'm hoping it'll be. It'll potentially like open some doors for some other ideas I got. I should just build it up off the main mass instead of trying to have like stragglers. It's a little thin, but I also don't want this stuff to be super thick. I'll figure out how to do the back half once I get this done. One thing at a time. Probably end up doing like a brush on just to like seal it. Well, I guess I gotta do mold release first, which would... maybe I can't. Maybe I have to just like pour it. I don't know. I'll think about it while I'm doing this. It's definitely working a little better than I expected, so that's a happy surprise. I figured it wouldn't stick at all. I mean, it doesn't, but it grips like enough. It's just tacky enough that it'll stick. This all to stay together. It'll be pretty cool. Pretty cool, bro. Pretty cool. Alright, so I gotta thicken up this wall a little bit. Just gotta make like a little bit of a lip here. So again, this isn't like the final part. But it might be useful to like have a just like a basic like battle armor piece. It's just like another accessory that I could have available. Which would be nice. Cause like nobody has it as like a add-on accessory, so it'd be kind of cool to be able to offer something like that. You know, still need modified because this is just much more shallow than the figure's like regular torso. It's like trying to get it to stick without, you know, pulling it away from the mold. But I'm surprised how well it's working. Pleasantly surprised. Let's see. This is a little over. I should probably get this blended in before I worry about like the actual shape of it. If I blend it into the rest of the clay, it'll actually like hold its form. Instead of worrying about like how it looks on the edge. Oops. And then go drop it again. Real slick. Trying to just even out like the basic thickness of it. Shouldn't worry too much about like exactly how thick it is. It's just trying to get it like flush to the edge instead. There's probably just not enough bulk right there. I gotta build that up. Get this blended so it all is one mass, and I can get it to kind of blend together. Yeah, now I can shape it a little bit. think you could sculpt inside of a mold. That's definitely something new. Let's see, gotta blend this all together. Push it back away from the edge. Don't pull up, just stay where you are. Let's see, that's trash. I mean, this is definitely kind of ugly, but it's definitely promising. I was like worried about how I was going to make the back half of this mold. Now, guess I don't have to. Well, I guess I don't have to worry. I still have to make the back half. I don't think it's like you can. I don't think it's like. Oh man, I wonder if I could use the Sculpey Firm to do this, and then throw the whole thing in the oven and bake it, and just pop the piece out of the mold. I mean, the front would look like crap, but getting the back half would be pretty interesting. Because then I wouldn't need. Well, I don't know. I'm just like thinking out loud. I think there's definitely something there, though. I mean, it's not as sticky as this clay is, though, so that could just be the factor that's letting this even happen. So I may just be grasping, thinking I could like do something with it, but there's still something here though, like being able to create like the thickness, and then it makes the front, because the front's what matters. The back is like temporary. I shouldn't worry too much about like the thickness. It's not gonna go straight onto a figure because this is like a torso, right? It's not even sized to go over the chest, but the piece that I make from this will be the base of that piece. So I can make like a battle armor accessory. I mean, it won't be like functional because it's a whole thing, but just to have it as like an external like armor piece would be pretty cool. As far as I know, there isn't a piece like that that exists. It's like the battle armor torso, or it's the traditional like harness thing. I forgot I even had this acrylic or plastic or whatever, this clay tool. I like found it when I was digging through a box of stuff, and like I have a couple others that came with this, like they came as a set that I bought a few years ago, but this particular one with this like rounded end on it, and there's no grain because it's plastic. It's a really great like smoothing tool. This is almost done. Basically, like, well, I gotta put on some kind of like injection point or something, or vent or pour spout or whatever. But like the basic shape of it is pretty much solid. It's really just like finishing stuff to make it castable. This was an unexpected turn of events. Definitely falls into that Bob Ross happy accidents space. Alright, so It's probably a little thin on the back here. Be careful. I feel like this is real thin here. I definitely don't want it to be too thin, even though I'm gonna like rebuild it. It being thin could be problematic to cast. Oh yeah, that whole corner is like very thin. Dang it. Because they're tacky, it like sticks to everything. Which is good, but also a little frustrating. Now I think it's unbalanced on the other side. It's probably better that's a little too thick than too thin. Alright, fill in this little space here. I'm probably be done with at least the clay part. Because I'm doing the perfectionist thing and I gotta stop doing that. does that look? Mostly better. It's kind of thin there, but it's probably fine. Okay, so if that's inside. Ugh. Alright, whatever. It's good enough. Okay. So. Shit. No, it isn't. That's too thin. Okay. Needed to thicken that area a little bit. I was worried it was going to be weird. Now it's unbalanced here. What is wrong with me? Remember, this isn't the actual part, this is just the mass. You dum-dum. Alright, quit fudging with it. Okay, so let's see, I gotta put, okay, so we fill it here, right? Vent it here. Vent it here. So, to fill it, let's see what we can utilize. Our parts we already have. I'll file this down a little bit. So we can put this guy in here, like that. And then just add a few little vents and it should be good. Let's see. First I'm gonna put a box around it, but whatever. Yeah, we'll just use these. Real simple, like. Except when I bump it. What up, splinters? Trying to jank together something. Classic jank. Yeah, seriously though, it is some janky shit that I'm trying to make work here. And I think I can make it work, which is the hilarious part. Oh yeah. Well, so what I did was I molded the front of this guy's chest, so I like didn't make a two-part mold. It was just like this part here, like right, all the teal stuff, and then the red stuff I just added today. So I peeled all this off, and I was trying to figure out like how am I, because I just want the front plate, I don't want the whole thing. And I was like, well, how do I make like the back of this, right? So I was like, what if I like just try to real slowly add a bunch of clay to the back and essentially like sculpt the shape out of like nothing. So that's what I did, and it seems to have worked, but it's like real soft, and I had to like add, you know, vents and a place to like inject the resin, and so I'm like trying to figure out how I'm gonna put the mold together around it. I gotta make like a shell for this thing, and then pour like resin into it and hope nothing like falls apart. So it's gonna be real janky. I think it's gonna work, but who knows? I guess worst case I gotta like cut a hole into it to fill it, but I think it'll work. It's real loose. Oh yeah, it is definitely the old pour and hope. I try not to do that, but like today, that's what it is. It's very much pour and hope. Please don't fall apart while it's curing, you know, that kind of stuff. Oh, shoot. What a mess. What a mess, what a mess, what a mess. What a mighty good mess. Alright, so how the fudge am I gonna get this to work? It was like, this was like not something that I planned. I was just like, I wonder if this will work. And then it kept working and didn't fall apart yet, so we're gonna hope that trend continues. Sorry, I'm just clearing off some debris for this thing. Alright. So that goes there. It barely fits, right? Yeah, that's not any better. Alright, let's see if I got anything I can put around this thing. So I got a bunch of scrap here that I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, yeah, that might work. It's still, we're still, fingers are still crossed. It might work. Alright, so if we start with this guy, right? Alright, that's one side. Let's try to get another side. Keep this thing together. Ugh. Yeah, I guess we could. That's too small. What else do we got? That could work. Could work, could work, could work, could work. So if we do that. Oh, gotta cut all that shit off. So what's going on with you, splinters? Yeah. Did you at least get vaccinated yet? Since you're kind of essential? Oh, that's great. At least it's working somewhere, you know? That's great, man. Happy to hear it. Ah, that's unfortunate. No superpowers? Come on. What kind of jank-ass vaccine is this? it's supposed to be compound V. What the hell? Well, that's good. No news is good news, right? Something like that. We're really pushing the jank here. Really pushing the jank. Yeah, my partner, she's trying to get it a couple days ago because they were real vague about like what educators were allowed to get it. So she and two of her coworkers have gotten it. So she was like, "Well, I should try to get it too, because they're probably gonna force us back to like teach in person next fall." And we get out there and it's like K through 12 only. So who knows? I like how they're like, no, educators don't need it. Only the ones teaching young kids, because college kids aren't stupid. Oh damn, K through 12's not even up. All right, let's see, one more piece. What do I got? All right, I guess it's gonna be this. Yeah, this whole thing is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm basically like, I guess I'm not getting it for, who knows when. Sometime in 2021, hopefully. That'd be nice. Ah, shit. Alright, well, I can't hold it up, so I guess I gotta hold it here. Try to make it work. Yeah, I know, like, her workplace, they're planning on not going back in the fall, but, like, the larger department is, like, demanding people be in person. Yeah, it's all ridiculous. I don't know how, like, I don't know how they expect to slow the spread if we're like, you know, with the like slow rollout or whatever. I know it's necessary to some degree, but still though. Oh shit, this isn't even connected? Come on. I don't know what to expect as far as... I was like hoping it would be, you know, everyone to be good by like the end of the summer. At least those of us, you know, smart enough to want to get it. Like you said, it's shaping up to be kind of weird. Yeah, the push to going back to in person is like ridiculous. I mean, we're gonna see a million deaths easy before the end of 2021. Well, and the worst part is like, well, it's not the worst part, but a part is like, if this doesn't get like, you know, if COVID's still around in like a year, in like, you know, significant numbers, stupid ass Republicans are just going to use it as like, they're just going to blame Biden somehow, like it's his fault. Why do we even have Republicans? What do they offer besides nothing? Oh, they offer racism, I forgot. I know that little red spike's not going to stay there. It's going to end up falling off. Yeah, I was like, I was feeling pretty positive when I, you know, saw his like, their push for that. I hate that we're so, I don't know, this, it's not a unified like national like, yeah, let's get this, you know, let's get this going, try to get people vaccinated. I mean, there is, but it's like, it's gonna be like barriers all the way. Trying to dust this with mold release, and we'll see how quickly that thing pops off. Well, get that mayonnaise on it, yeah, buddy. Slick it up. Just ease it in there. Every time I go in to buy that stuff, I laugh. I feel like they had to like name that purposely. Like that couldn't be an accident. And if it is an accident, I don't know what to say. A happy, hilarious accident. It's gotta be on purpose. It's gotta be. I would be sad and disappointed if it's not. Alright, so let's see. 30 minutes for that. What do I even have here? Let's see. How big is this thing? 7. 8. We're a little over 8. 9. 9. Okay, so I guess we'll say 8. Yeah. So it's 72 again, but how deep? How deep is it? Let's see. 4? That's a lot. 3. 3. So 3 plus like, I don't know, 8. So 3 deep, so it's what, 72 times 3. So we got what, 7. It's 21. 6, right? Math is hard. Let's see. 72 times 3, 216. That's a lot. That is much silicone. See how much of that we can knock off. How much can I remove from that number? I guess I can use some chunks of this. It doesn't need to be exactly right. Not that one. That one. That one. Alright, so let's see. Cut this into tiny little pieces. If I can cut 16 off of that, that would already be a start. So that's 4, probably 6, 10, 12, 14. That's probably 16 right there. Got a bunch of chunks. chunks and chunks and chunks. Yeah, it will incorporate it, yeah. So you can use like some of your old silicone to like offset how much new silicone you need to use. It's a good way to use up some of your waste. Now granted, tin cure and platinum cure don't really stick together. But like platinum cure, so like the same types will bond to each other. So like, these are two different ones. So this is all platinum cure. Yeah, it's a good way to use up scrap if you got it. It takes a little practice to like get the estimate right. But it's like you can mix a little low, add this stuff, and then so like I'll like pour a layer, and I'll just like put these. I'll kind of scatter these around, and then I'll like pour another layer. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, like, it lets you reuse it, which is nice. Because, like, you know, to use up, like, to pour all the silicone, like, that's a waste, you know? But if I can, like, bulk it up with, like, junk, then it's just better. Because then I'm, like, spending less stuff. Like, I'm almost, I just bought, this 20T yesterday. So I was, like, pretty much out. That's partly why I'm trying to switch over to, like, using brush on, like, not completely, but if I can use it, because then it reduces like my cost and my waste and everything, because then the molds just get smaller and there's like less stuff I gotta buy and use and clean up. And so I'm trying to like see where I can modify my work habits to, like, you know, cut costs without compromising like the end product. Yeah, so like this one here, I was gonna do like a mother mold, but then I kind of like bailed on it. I'm gonna try it on. I'm gonna try a mother mold on this one. So I'm gonna like, I need to trim this stuff off on the sides. I'm gonna add some keys here, and then I'm gonna add a panel in the front with keys on it, and then I'm gonna like brush on. Well, I'll brush it on first on the front, and then I'll glue this on, and then I'll brush a few layers on the inside here. Well, enough until all these parts are covered. And then I'm gonna try doing like a plaster insert, because I wanna continue with like the sock mold thing, where it's like the square mold and you like put the piece inside and it's all contained. But I want to try to cut down on the bulk, like on the corners. Like normally, like all this would be silicone, like after it's, you know, poured. But if I can make like a shell, and you have like plaster inserts to like strengthen it, but then to take up that space, I think it might be a little bit more like cost efficient. But I'm kind of working on it slow because I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna do it, so I'm trying to just kind of, you know, take it easy and trying to take it man easy and figure out like how I'm gonna do it. So I'm kind of like messing about with these smaller molds as a way to kind of experiment with like getting more used to using brush on and see like how fast can I put the layers on And it seems like if I mix up like a little bit of brush on, because it only gives you 20-minute pot life, which sounds like a lot when you're used to pouring stuff, but when you're brushing it on, that 20 minutes goes by pretty fast. And so what I was thinking was like, or what I found was, if I mix up like, you know, a couple tablespoons of brush on, I can brush it onto like 4 or 5 molds, and then by the time I'm done, like, I've used up all the brush on, and then I go to like clean the container and clean the tools and everything. Yeah, I saw that. I might look into the thickener for some of the brush on. And they make another thing called plastic paste. It's like basically a real thick brush on that you make the mother mold out of. If you don't want to use like, you know, something else, like, oh, this shit's even more clear. You don't want to use like, you know, plaster or whatever, and because it's still a rubber, it's like still flexible, but it's like more rigid than, you know, your glove mold. So I'm trying to, like, you know, learn some ways to make the molds a little more efficient as far as like cost of materials goes. So there's a lot I'm still like learning. So I figure like all these smaller things, these like smaller pieces I'm molding, I can kind of like mess about with them and, you know, get a feel for like how to work with brush on and how to make mother molds and stuff without it being this like big thing that I'm, you know, get like overwhelmed by. I'll have to look into the thickener. I was over there yesterday at Reynolds to pick up some stuff, and I was looking at all that, and I wasn't really thinking about like adding the thickener to the brush on, but that might be a good step because there's a couple times where it's been like a little too thin. Not too thin like that it doesn't go on thick enough, but like, I don't know, like if I could apply less layers, because I noticed when I was working day before yesterday, the day I skipped a stream on Monday, we had like this huge storm and our power was flickering. It was like hurricane winds, and I was like, I'm not gonna stream today. Then it cleared up and whatever. But anyhow, so I like kept working, and as I was like doing brush on stuff, when the stuff got like near the end of its pot life, it got really, really thick, like a paste, and it was a lot easier to apply. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into that, because I like being able to capture all the details with the brush on, and not have to worry about like, oh, did I get, you know, these little bits, because I used the brush on recently on the legs. I filled the ball socket joints. I did like a few layers on those to fill that part. I did the same on like the little glios peg part on the other end. And then I just put those in the mold. I like molded them normally, and, you know, it all bonded together, so I got like these like perfect copies of the pegs and the ball socket, whereas like before, those were problem areas where I would get little air bubbles trapped. And it was like, it was huge to like have these exact copies, when like just brushing on a few layers like made all the difference. So I'm definitely gonna try to push more in that direction, because just that peace of mind of knowing like, yeah, this is all, I got all the details here, all I gotta do is like, you know, build like the outer mold. I think it'll make a big difference going forward. I just have to get used to making mother molds and how to kind of like work with them in the intermediary, because I I haven't done mother molds before. I've tried and kind of like, I've dabbled with it and kind of screwed them up. So this is the first time I'm really trying to make it work. So I'm definitely like learning and goofing up and, you know, trying to like get a little bit better each time. It's like slower in some ways because, you know, you can't like do a brush on mold as far as like I'm just gonna pour this and be done. But I can also like not having to pressurize stuff. I can just like I can, you know, brush it on and set it aside and then come back to it later. Like I can still make pretty decent progress like in a day. So I don't know. You know, I like trying to like learn new techniques and how to use different tools, like because you know the stuff you're using today isn't necessarily like the best tool. So if you keep your eyes open and um, you know keep working with it, you can you know make your work a little bit easier. So I'm always trying to do that. All right, let's see. We'll do 200 is so much. I don't want to use 200. But I'm like afraid to vacuum it. This is gonna like fall over. Yeah, I mean I'm just trying to get you know get better and trying to make better choices. All right, man. Sounds good. Thanks for hanging out for a while. Good to talk to you, as always. Sounds good. I'll talk to you then. Have a good night, man. Alright, so I gotta use up the rest of this stuff. So I gotta get all my other spatulias out of here. Alright, this one's like empty, so I gotta get up and scrape the rest of it out of here. So I gotta clean up this one here so I can not introduce a ton of dust and stuff into it. See if I can get most of this out of here. Probably not going to get the whole 100 out of this, but whatever I can get out of the old bottle's better than having to go to the new one. It's always a little messy trying to get the last bits out of here. Blah. anymore. Oh well. Well, that's pretty thorough. I think I got pretty much everything out of here. I'm gonna clean up this mess before I can proceed. Fun times cleaning stuff. Tools to your friends, you gotta take care of them. Alright, so that's good. Yeah, unfortunately I gotta get these guys cleaned up before I can move on. Hopefully not spill it everywhere. I feel like this stuff's got a much lower viscosity than water. I don't know if it's just like its own properties or what, but it seems to splash way more easily than water does. Which makes it really easy to make like a huge mess by accident. Whereas like water wouldn't splash quite the same way this does. Alright. Yeah, it's all back here. I do try to conserve as much of the stuff as I can. Like this, you shouldn't really dump this stuff down the drain if you do use it for like any reason. You're basically supposed to just continually store it in a container. It evaporates on its own, so you can like, that's basically how you get rid of it. It evaporates. But while it's still liquid, you gotta keep it contained. And you just keep reusing it, filtering it, pouring it off. You basically pour it off, at least with the silicone. Is it, the silicone collects on the bottom. You can see this, well, I guess you can't see it, but there's like a sludge in the bottom. And I'll eventually just pour it off into another container. And then whatever's left, I'll let it dry out and then just pull it out of the bottom of the container and toss it. Okay, so that's cleaned up. Yeah, a little bit more of the 20T. Yeah, that's... Yeah, around on this side, that's right. So we got a little bit more of this stuff. Nope, nope. Shit. Alright. That's mostly fine. Okay. That away. I'm gonna add a little dye. Oh, that's the new stuff. Okay. Where did you go? Mix this up. Alright. I'm not gonna... I guess there's still a decent amount of this dye in here. I'm gonna transfer this to another... I'll transfer these to a second container when I mix them. This is too small. Good enough, I guess. Stuff. If only everything were easy. How does it always get on the handle? I don't understand. this out of here. I'd really love to get this mold done today. There's that maroon one. Shoop. See if I can make less of a mess this time. Probably not. Trying to be less messy, and I think I kind of succeeded. Oh no, you still dropped a bunch on the table, it's fine. You still made a huge mess, it's fine. Better luck next time. guess that be all. That's all I got for us. Okay. So that guy's empty. It's another one spent. That one's clean. This one is not. I just want to get this mold done, as in like this half poured, and then I'm gonna call it for the day. Almost done. Every time I get a transition between like two containers where I'm like running out in one, I gotta start a new one. It's always like kind of a big like side step, because there's no real like easy way to do it. It's just a thing you kind of gotta just push through. going to transfer this to another container. I'm a little hesitant to put these in the vac chamber because that red post is most certainly going to fall over. Yes, 500 mLs. This is probably fine. So I'm going to try to just minimize how many bubbles I get into this stuff now. I always get it on the side. Doesn't matter how careful I am. So I guess we'll just embrace it. Alright, there's that. cleaned. Okay, so dump this in, mix these, pour in here, fingers crossed. Yeah, it's probably thin enough. I'll just dust it with some mold release on top. So I'm gonna mix these guys together. Not with that one. With that one. What a colossal waste of silicone. I'm not happy about using this much. But I'm still kind of getting a handle on these brush molds. So I'm gonna make some poor choices for a little while until I figure out the best way to go about it. Let's scrape this real quick. Alright, mix this stuff together. Well, that's a mess. Anyway. Alright, let's throw it on a base layer. Where are my snippies? basically just trying to get shit. Trying to get shit. Yep. Screw it, just dump it all in. This is falling over, isn't it? Shit. Alright, so then we'll just scrape the rest of this out. I don't know if I should vacuum or pressurize this. I'm very uncertain. And it hasn't fallen over, so I'm pretty surprised by that, to be honest. There's way too much silicone in here. This is like literally exactly why I'm trying to use brush molds. Come on. Alright, we'll try to pressurize it. Fuck it. Alright, well it's in. I'm gonna hope it didn't fall over. The little injection lead. If it did, then well, don't worry about it later. Alright, so that's that. I'm gonna hope everything worked out. I'm gonna clamp this stuff, call it a day, and thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.